I'm whispering for no reason. Oh, this started on the wrong monitor. Give me a minute. Hold on, crew team. Hold on. Alt F1. No. Task manager. Alright. So today we are doing the Talos Principle 2 DLC. The puzzle solving renaissance. But no. Anyways, I did Talos Principle 2 a couple months ago. I don't know how long it's been now. Hell, maybe even less than that. I don't 100% remember. I enjoyed it. I would say in some ways it was better than the original. More creative mechanics, a couple plays on level design, but still mostly the same kind of chamber focused sort of, world, 5 puzzle, to the new mechanics in chambers, kind of sort of set up with a story that's probably a little too intrusive compared to the first one. First game was, I would say, a bit more focused on immersion, I would say, almost. A vibe, this kind of like philosophical air to it. Yeah, just when you thought you couldn't get any fucking smarter, Talos 2 comes with the hot DLC. So yeah, it's optimizing. I didn't leave it installed, so this is the first time booting it back up. But yeah, so with the story, I would say more intrusive. I think the first game had a philosophical air about it and some cute writing if you dug into it. But the second one takes on a much more cinematic, narrative-driven characters and dialogue and more exploration and people chiming in more often and stuff. And I found that part of it to probably be worse. It also runs like absolute dog shit for me. It's probably a good looking game if you can actually crank it, but I've used like very heavy amounts of like deep learning bullshit. So. Yeah, I liked it. Like I said, I liked it in some ways better than the first, and in some ways not. I would say it was, as just a casual run through, I probably enjoyed it more. Because I did find the first game to get a little samey and kind of overused, very similar, kind of just step bloated puzzles and stuff. Gehenna was better about that, and the mods are even better, so I'm hoping this is kind of the Gehenna but situation for this game, but also they take some of these mechanics I really don't think they did much with in the base game, and do something with them. Because in the base game it's like okay, like it keeps the pace going for sure. You're like, oh, you do like 10 puzzles with the mechanic, you're like, oh, that was a cute mechanic, we could see where it goes from here and make it interesting on a puzzle level, or we could just kind of keep it more as like a kind of just a more accessible kind of campaign sort of pace. And they chose to go for the latter for sure. Even the side stuff doesn't really get too crazy. I'd say the only levels that get cute, probably not the last one, but the last, God, what was it? It's the one with the Giga thing, and it uses essentially all of the base mechanics, but tries to make puzzles that are kind of cute instead of gimmicky. Or not gimmicky, but instead of involving new mechanics. And that was the only time where I was like, oh, that was clever. There's not many moments where you're like, oh, that was clever in the game at all. So I'm hoping a little bit more of that, a little bit more exploration of mechanics, and I wouldn't mind seeing them play level design a bit more. They try to in the very end of the base game, where they kind of have this not chamber focused style. You're jumping between like different kind of themed areas and they interact with each other, and it's a little jank and a little tedious and not perfect by any means, but it's cute that they go for it, and I wouldn't mind seeing them kind of push that more in the future, and hopefully in this DLC. And couple that with cool puzzles, but a nice hybrid would be nice, so we'll see. If anything, just exploring the puzzle mechanic they introduced would be cool. Now, I don't remember all of them super well, so I played a lot of puzzle games before and after. And while Talos 2 was cool, it wasn't like, you know, I blew like hundreds of loads when I was playing it, so I don't remember everything crystal clear. So we'll see. And I sure as hell don't remember the story. I did not delve much into the side stuff story-wise or anything. It was very much I explored for a while in the beginning, and that was kind of it. And then I was like, okay, we're just gonna focus on puzzles, try to kind of speed solve it. So okay, you just start it straight up. I don't like find it. Usually you'll be going through all three. I've heard that's pretty chunky. Maybe some of that's from difficulty, maybe not. I'm hoping everything is the same in here, because it was kind of a bitch to set all this up. Looks very custom, so yeah, probably. Anyhow, so I guess for the sake of VODs or something, yeah, I played a lot of Talos 1, a lot of fan content. Generally like it. I don't think there's a whole lot of like first person, like ultra mechanic heavy puzzle games out there. Usually it's a bit more kind of gimmicky. This is more like kind of classic puzzles and stuff instead of like a Superliminal, which I like Superliminal a lot, but I mean it's, and you know, those are more focused on like a novelty. They have to kind of wrap your mind around instead of like a more detailed stack of like mechanics and shit. So I like them for that, but I do think they never quite hit their stride in puzzle design. Fans definitely do better. And in Talos 2, while I think it's a nice campaign, they definitely just kind of have their toes dipped in. So I think they could have their cake and eat it too, for sure. I definitely think there's a realm of level design and exploration and optional difficulty and kind of player onboarding that you could probably get a little bit more difficult stuff going on, but it probably doesn't sell as well, so we'll see. Let's see on the DLC here. So let's get started. Orpheus Ascending. Take your brain for a ride, dude. I'm ready, man. I'm ready for fucking the roller coaster of puzzles here. The laser grid. Explore the philosophy of love, death, and resurrection with Hypatia and Sarbai. Classic laser mechanics of the series are pushed to the limit. Unexpected ways testing ability to think differently. Oh, really? It's just mostly laser work. The classic, or are they gonna use like the new mechanic? Caribbean Isles have an array of fresh, medium difficulty puzzles. The Hexahedron. Extremely difficult puzzle. Whoa. Well, I can't say that and not have them be a little bit more spicy, right? Let's get started on it. This came out a week or two ago. Let me actually check that. June 14th. Oh yeah, it's been about a week. The day of Elden Ring DLC, I'm playing Talos Principle 2, baby. True puzzle chat. Puzzle enjoyer. We are not the same. That picture, the gig, some Giga Chad Supremos. I'm using an S solid state drive, but it's a fucking like USB one. So they think it's a hard drive. I really need to. I have literally like an SSD I can install into my computer, and it'd be great. But for some reason, I keep using this other one. Lazy. Oh, also, I found the writing to be not good. I would say, like I said, I think the first one marries like a style with like in the actual writing, and ends up cohesive enough with the gameplay because it's not terribly intrusive and it's kind of more atmospheric that it's fine. But in the second game, it's almost just pretentious, or it is pretentious. Like there's definitely some thought put into it, but it kind of comes across as more hollow or more dripping with thought than it really truly asks any questions that are interesting
ready for the transfer?
or explores them in any cool way.
Algorithm?
Done.
Well then, somebody just needs to go in there and disentangle the data. Ah, and here comes our expert.
Melville, my favorite character.
Thank you for agreeing to this one, Kay. Perhaps together we can right an old wrong.
At least I recognize them by their voice. I was like, oh, the mayor.
Grief, I spent a lot of time thinking about Hypatia and Cerebi. How they found each other, how they lost each other, and how beautiful it would be if we could reunite them. For the longest time, it was only a daydream, but not anymore.
Who are these people?
In the myth of Orpheus, the ancient bard descends into the underworld to bring back his beloved wife, who died in a tragic accident. With the power of his music, he convinces Hades and Persephone to free her. But he is told that she must walk behind him, and he must not look back at her until they have left the underworld. And so, of course, in every version of the myth, he looks back. Because he doesn't trust the gods, or because he is an imperfect man, or because he simply forgets. And death is triumphant once again. We've accepted that triumph for a long time, because we had to, because what else could we do? But the world changes, and we are not the frightened, powerless creatures we once were. Perhaps it's time to say enough, and let Orpheus complete his ascent.
Whoa, by solving a bunch of laser puzzles. Deep. Jesus is coming back, and he's coming back with the fucking the recorder from Talos Principle 1, dude. The second coming.
To collect all of Cerebi's data fragments so that
It's gotta load in a bunch of shit or some shit, I'm sure.
I'll monitor you from here. Just
Will
like
the
last
performance get better?
Good luck, kiddo.
I remember it looking like pure grainy shit. Maybe it's because I think maybe these kinds of areas were fine. It was usually like forested, grassy areas that were more fucked. Here, let me turn the game up a little bit. If you guys have any problems visually or sound-wise, let me know. Oh. Oh, do you remember Talos 1? I don't remember much of the music in the first game, but this seems chill. Alright. This was Talos 1, maybe I would want to read some of the messages, but I'm not terribly invested. Alright, 16 puzzles, just boom, they're right here. God, I hope I remember everything. Probably won't. Yeah, this is a comfy song. And I think having like solid tunes and stuff is the way to go. Oh, I remember the songs in Talos Principle too. Wasn't it like a mix of like kind of like overly epic stuff that was kind of like took you out of it at times? Or am I wrong? Where it was like this bombastic almost, like instead of like thoughtful kind of feel like the first game kind of had. Yeah, okay. Maybe they're gonna keep it in their pants in this one. You don't have to remember anything. Okay. I need to turn up the sensitivity. I am using a different mouse this time. I'm just using my shitty wireless one. Yeah, the random electric guitar riffs and bombastic feel. Maybe they kept that in their pants. Doesn't really, but food's ready. That I already pulled out 3 hours ago. That was my holy shit if I oversleep. The pork roast is gonna be so well done that it's gonna be fucking slime. I don't know why too much history trying to break puzzles at this point, I think. Let's just solve it. We got a lot of puzzles to do. If something presents itself, we'll go for it. But Sarbai fragment. Sarbai? He probably said it and I didn't hear it.
When I was born, the first thing I felt was that I was alone. Not that I was lonely, but that I was separate, singular. There was the world, and there was myself, a contained entity. And this sense of separation, of a distinct self, was delightful. Individuality itself was a source of constant joy and wonder. What could be more incredible than to be able to say, I am?
We have the first fragment. Everything's looking good on our end.
Do these actually turn anything on? I think they do. Bazillions of connections. Oh, it's getting a little louder. Let me turn it back down. I'm getting a bit more epic now, but that's okay. Let's connect into that. Gonna reorient myself with the lasers. And cut that one off. Cut it off over there, huh? So this one needs to be cut off by something over here. I just think about the whole saw from the start instead of just fooling around. What's this? Oh, is this the Skippy thing? Alright. Cuts might be a little too much. No matter what, we gotta get one going through here. It's likely we gotta do something here. Try it like that. Start duping a bazillion different ones. I don't know why I didn't think about using that. That was the key for me. I feel like there's a few ways to solve that one though. I was thinking too much within that little thingy instead of this deal.
That the more I developed this sense of self, the more enjoyable it became simply to exist.
Got my eyes.
It wasn't selflessness that
I've
improved
been in this setup for a
existence,
while.
but refinement of the self.
Yeah, this is the
When the
way too much. I think, what did I use? FSR. I don't remember what was like the best one for me.
Said that ego is something to set
I
aside.
mean, they all look like,
They got it all
maybe they
wrong.
changed it.
Ego is something to nourish and shape. A work of art.
The reconstruction's working. Keep going, 1K. If you get stuck, I've inserted some code that might help you bypass a few puzzles.
That's
Not the
okay,
most
bud.
elegant work I've ever done, but
Thanks.
it'll do the job.
That's hot. Alright, what do we got going on? Accumulator. Oh yeah. What is the goal to get red over here? Way overthinking it.
My insights into the value of the self were genuine, I think. But of course, I was completely inexperienced.
It's over there.
In fact, in many ways, I was like a human child. So I began to resent everything that intruded on that sense of self. My social obligations to the others, the leadership of Athena and Cornelius, even the obvious limitations imposed on us by our situation. Why did I have to exist in this particular historical moment, saddled with the task of reconstructing
Who is this again? Is this the main character from Talos Principle 1? I'm trying to recognize my voice because I don't remember their names. Or are we trying to help somebody else? Do I care also? No? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yes. I wonder, I'm not remembering. Because I thought, yeah, I thought they were out of commission was why they were trying to help them. Let me see actually what people are thinking is the best. Oh yeah, I remember trying to do frame generation or whatever, and that like broke the game a bunch. Did they fix that ever? That was pretty nice to have, because you can make the game look crispier than it had frame generation, but they crashed the game like every 5 minutes for me. I guess they probably didn't fix it. What's up, man? We can try it. Let's find out, bros. Oh, why is it so fucking... Why does it feel so floaty? Why would changing the, changing that, like, cause, like, any, like, mouse smoothing feel? Yeah, reflex. Or just put on everything. I want to be playing the Ship of Theseus of games here. I'm expecting to have crashes, though. We'll give it a try. The frame generation is pretty nice. I mean, I definitely... This isn't like a shooter. I don't need to be too worried about pure latency and stuff. Okay, that opens that. Oh. What does that do? What are you up to, man? But what if I just ran, bro? I feel like you could. Although maybe not. They might have too much tech in play. Oh yeah, that's right. I think they added some new shenanigans tech, if I remember right. Oh, wait. Anyways. Mm-hmm. 428's just the 428 building, right? But that might sound like Shibuya was the whole idea. Not sure. Or is it literally just to make it sound like fucking... I don't actually remember the name of the building. Maybe it was like a 119 or some shit. Oh, okay. No, that's just the Shibuya naming convention. Yeah, I'm thinking 109. Does that do anything? Anyways, yeah, it's a cool little thing. I mean, are you enjoying the game? What laser cross am I looking for here? I don't remember the hints very well. I wonder if I could like oversolve this. Some goofy way. I suppose that looks like why I need to do and why. Yeah. But do you like the story at all yet, or I mean, very deep end to even really have an opinion yet, or? What am I wanting to do here? Yeah, definitely a lot of personality. Gotcha. Cool. Well, hopefully you enjoy. I can cut off that. I think I need to do all this shit. Trying to get back in the feel a little bit here. Could blast that one off, I guess, to cut it off. Okay, that's what you're supposed to do. You go a little more simple.
With that focus on the self, also came an enormous and increasingly overwhelming fear of death. The pleasure of existence seemed almost erased by the possibility of its ending.
Just a different setup.
If it was possible not to be, if the self
Too much
had
time on my
ending,
phone in the
even
dark.
in the distant future, then
30
how could
minutes
anything
before I
have
got
meaning?
up.
I spent far too much time imagining that last moment. The moment just before I stopped existing. How could I possibly face that?
Cool. What we got over here, man? The bucket. You like Portal? Would you like this? What do you like about Portal? Like, is it the novelty of like the gameplay systems? Is it like the challenge, the story? I mean, if on a very surface level, if you just want another first-person puzzle game, if you want to feel smart and it's not too difficult, yeah, you might like the base game. There's plenty of story. I don't find it very endearing like Portal. It's kind of up its own ass a bit. Well, the first game's a little smarter, but less intrusive. This game has a lot of talking. It's always about philosophy and deep things, but it never really feels terribly engaging, or maybe I've just disconnected from it at this point. It says a lot in a lot of fancy ways, but it ends up kind of coming across as not really anything terribly thought-provoking. I mean, the first game's not too thought-provoking either, but it's got like an atmosphere that makes you kind of feel a little like you're going through something a little smarter. If you're looking for goofy hijinks, got a little surprise word call. Might be later on. Well, I mean, yeah, it depends on what you're into. I mean, this will try to be funny sometimes, but it's just not. It's not a like a goofy, quirky drama. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe you get something from the story. I'm not sure, but it's definitely more about the puzzle gameplay. On that front, I wouldn't call the puzzles anything like... You don't play Talos Principle 2 probably for like novelty puzzling. I was talking about that earlier. Like Portal's a good mix of both, but you know, there's not a whole lot of mechanics. You're gonna be like, whoa, and they just make like a whole game on this like whoa mechanic. There are cool mechanics and stuff, but it's generally more just kind of like this interplay between kind of layered mechanics. Where Portal's got a bit of that too, but it, I feel like the novelty of it is the big appeal, right? Maybe Portal's not the best one to use as an example. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say, man. If you like puzzles, then try out Talos 1 or the Talos 2, I guess. They can get pretty cheap, so... I don't know. I mean, you're not gonna have like oh shit moments of like feeling clever, but that's cute. I mean, it's one of the few like first-person puzzle
Looking back,
series that actually, you
it's
know,
embarrassing how solipsistic I became. I really thought that I could construct my identity without any reference.
kind of is focused on more layered mechanics for like a long period of time instead of mostly novelty. I mean, I couldn't say. I mean, it's a solid puzzle series. Give them a go. Why not? I mean, if you're in a Portal if you're into the
Like I could
Portal just for the story, then I wouldn't say
into existence.
play these
But it just didn't work. And
if
it
you
made
want something
me
similar to
miserable.
Portal. But
Everything felt hollow and meaningless.
if you just want a relatively clean
Overshadowed by
first-person
the
puzzle
idea of death.
game,
There was something I wasn't seeing.
go
Something
for
I
it.
needed, but I
If
couldn't
you
figure
want a
out what it
first-person
was.
puzzle game with like a hook, like a fancy mechanic or something, then probably not. Like you look at like a trailer for Portal and it's like, oh yeah, that looks neat, or Superliminal. Talos doesn't really seem like that. It doesn't mean it's not good, it's just like it's not that kind of puzzle game. I feel like you'd almost call it more like a classic kind of puzzle game. Like it's a lot of like going into a chamber and like fiddling with like 3 or 4 mechanics and how they interact and then move into the next chamber. They try to play that up a little bit. Okay, this music's a little epic. It's back, dude. We're so fucking back. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Epic electric guitar for chorus. You don't get to have neither. I mean, I don't know. That's a tough pick, man. Well, we got one extra one there. Does this need to be straight at the source then? And this needs to go through like... Well, I can't say I ever expected them to make a puzzle based on the amount of sources and shit compared to like intermediate kind of things.
Everything changed. when we started
I didn't
spending
even
more
really
time
like
with each other.
100% know how to solve it. I just
Do
was
you
like, I remember doing that
night when we found the
in a
old
different
library
puzzle before
in the
in
Dead City?
Talos.
It was just after the stampede, and we were
It's probably a
all
community
shaken
one.
up. Byron read to
Probably
us
a certain
from one of the
someone's
books, and
puzzles.
later, you and I started arguing about one of the poems. And your perspective was so different and interesting, and I just kept wanting to hear more.
Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure like you did it in some of yours. I'm like, maybe that's where I like muscle memoried it. Now I'll be curious if they use it again or if they'll just be like this. They would definitely be upping the difficulty quite a bit to start including a lot of that in your average puzzle. I haven't crashed yet, so maybe they fixed the frame generation. But yeah, so I guess I need to take a break for an hour and a half-ish. At some point this afternoon or evening. Maybe when I get hungry I'll just go. That's not on that. Yeah, they're well built enough, man, for sure. I wouldn't like not recommend them as a puzzle thing. I mean, there's a lot of puzzle games out there, but so there's not a whole lot of like super quality first-person ones. So not any reason not to not try it. I mean, you could watch for about 10 minutes and you'll kind of get the idea of the whole series. So. I would say Talos Principle 2 has a lot more story though, for better or worse, but some people really pop off to the story, I think, in this, maybe. What is going on here, man? Can I connect him? Oh, there's glass there. Where am I connecting to? Can I connect to these? Oh, you can. For some reason I thought these were totally blocked. This one definitely feels more like a showcase than like a puzzle, but maybe there's something I have to fool with here. Which, I mean, that can be fun too. definitely more of like a look what the lasers can do kind of thing. Cool. I need to like learn this a bit harder. Sorry, my eyes are gonna be giving me trouble. It's one of those, like, every step of the way, I'm not really thinking about how the mechanics work here. I'm just kind of, like, fiddling footworks, but if they need me to think harder about it, we'll get to it when we get to it. Let's just move on for now. It's cool, though, that they're doing a little bit more exploration of
philosophers who tell us that everything is one.
intricacies of the mechanics. I mean, that's what you'd hope for them.
Just a reflection of yourself.
That's why I was surprised when they said there was just an entire one of these just for lasers. Because then you imagine it's going to be more like that last major world in the base game where they did try to just get a bit more cute.
Between one person and another, and between people and the world. That gap between us is necessary. Because without it, without separation, there can be no transcendence.
This is the Talos 2 I remember. Just completely glazing over the fucking dialogue. just hearing it. Okay, so we're expanding here a bit. What? If I did this, wouldn't it just be like less powerful? Anything I'd want to be able to cut one off from here. Take one off of this. So right now we're at 2. Then meeting up at the 3rd. I could just have this cut straight in, it'd be fine. But I don't know if this does anything. A pretty big hitbox act. Gimme.
Once I understood that meaning comes from the interaction of the self with the world, I found it easier to be patient,
I don't think that was the
to be
answer.
kind. I reminded myself that other people are just like me.
That's
And
okay.
nobody really knows exactly what they're doing. And the more I allowed myself to open up, the more interesting and complex
Oh, that
our
was just a
interactions became,
little pixel trick.
and the more meaningful.
I guess they didn't catch.
We have roughly 50% of Ceremoni's
I'll show you.
personality matrix reconstructed.
Who'd have thought that 1K would have made such
I
a
just set
good
it like right in the
necromancer?
corner and then hit the middle one. It's not even really that tight since it tells you where the angle is. I just left this one hanging. I doubt they'd rely on any kind of like tight pixel thing. Oh really, that's a new feature? Oh, sick. Patched, but in the opposite direction. I'm sure they could fix that in like 2 seconds. Surprised they haven't already. It's been out for a week. If you like loosely understand the mechanic, it's like one of the first things you're gonna try. Instead of trying to figure out how you boost it. Like a little desert bit. A little bit of variety within here. Oh shit. Causation Nexus. So a little spicier. Do not pick anything up here, that'd be kind of cool. That'd be cute. I want to be able to say Talos puzzle's cute. Problems I worry about with these kinds of cute ones, if you don't understand what's going on as much as you just can fiddle with what's going on. And I guess that's what later puzzles are for. I think using your body here is like kind of the big kind of bit, so that's cool. Let's open for some final bit.
It's funny, though, when I think about it, that I still didn't know what to call what I was experiencing. I guess love seemed like a term that only
Jesus.
applied to our ancestors, with their hormones and instincts and strange fleshy organs. Surely we were too different to experience that. And the really funny thing is that I was thinking exactly like an ancient human child, pretending I was above it all.
You can like, oh, well. I was like, I wonder if you could get up on top of this and do something, but this isn't connected to anything, so you'd have to be able to jump over there and walk around. We should probably do these in order. Is this 9, 10? 9. Didn't really care about order in the other one, but they might be trying to stack a few mechanics. What is this? Incantation? Incarnation. Man, I don't know about this music. Like generic trailer music type of shit, man. I don't get it either. It kind of reminds me of the obsession with the story. Where it's like if we have this sweeping narrative with all of these characters talking about deep things, it comes across as very hollow. Like it's trying way too hard to be something it doesn't quite pull off. Or at least like in Talos 1, like the more somber kind of, I guess, reflective kind of feel of it. I mean, it wasn't like that wasn't that deep in the first place, but like, you know, there's a little bit of that going on. Like it felt like they owned it a bit better. Where this, it's like the writing's just, everybody's just dripping with deep thoughts that aren't really all that interesting, and then the music way too grand, and it's like feature creep in a sequel, but for the presentation and the story. I mean, that's just how it comes across to me. I mean, I feel like it could still be like a little larger than life. It just comes across as like almost generically epic at times. I'm just like, alright. Like, this stuff's fine here. Like, you just get a little bit of vocals, maybe. They're just kind of like there in the back.
What I'd never considered was that stripped of biological necessity and physical,
Like, it's a little less just atmospheric than like the first game, but like, you know,
stigmas and taboos,
like it's still
our
very like
ancestors
tranquil
associated with
and
their bodies. Love might be more pure, more powerful. That we can love with fewer distractions than they could. And so the experience is all the more overwhelming. I do think we should learn to simulate some of those biological processes. Would be fun.
sucks. No. Like even this right here, where it starts getting into like the bleep and the bloops, like I can handle it, right? Like this feels more like okay, now this area is more epic, right? Like compared to what was before, like it's a step in like energy, right? But the epic like trailer music step is just way too much, right? Like this could right here could feel like, okay, you know, we're starting to solve the big puzzle or something, right? Like it's supposed to be this like game where it's like, I mean, it's supposed to be like we're supposed to be thinking about things and it's real deep, and they're talking about philosophy nonstop and shit and meanings of life and all that shit. And I mean, not to say that the writing never hits for me, but you know, in theory. But like all this is almost too much, but it's like, okay, you know, whatever. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I feel like no matter what you do, it ends up sounding kind of generic, but like in theory, it's like this is like I feel like the step up in energy that like a more intense final puzzle or like we're nearing the end of the game kind of zone could be, but instead it's like we're just in like some fucking area, dude. And then it starts fucking going off with like the trailer music and shit. Yeah, I like the starting music. That's why I was actually kind of pumped for the soundtrack. That's why I even brought it up. I was like, oh, this, you know, I didn't think much of the soundtrack in the first one. If anything, it was kind of, you know, got in the way, but then I was like, oh, this sounds actually kind of neat, right? And then it wasn't, but, you know. It's like, I don't think the composer just like can't do it or something.
When
I
we
just
started living together, I
feel like
thought
it's just
I'd
a
figured it all
directional
out.
choice.
Everything would be smooth
Like it doesn't need
sailing,
to just be like an ambient noises of like Egypt or some shit, right? You know, like that's cool too, but you know, I'm generally just walking between room to room solving puzzles and shit. Like some attempt at
I still had so much to
matching
learn
the
about
energy
love.
and keeping it in your pants a little bit
Even for us,
would be
it's
nice.
messy. You find someone who seems to be the perfect match for you, who seems necessary in your life. And then
I don't know, maybe it is because it
realize
sounds
all the
generic.
ways
I'm
in
not
which you
sure.
don't
Yeah.
fit together at all.
This is how you know they're
Because
trying a
nothing
little
in
bit.
this world is perfect.
'Cause there's a very unnatural looking puzzle here, which, hey man, I'm all about. Make it look unnatural. Just make it interesting. That needs to be blue up there. This is a little too much. I mean, I guess you could say it matches the energy of like the writing, trying to always be overly deep at all times. But like I said, to me, it's like a failing on both parts, right? Like, I don't think the writing, I think it's too non-stop about it. And trying to be way more smart than I feel like it is, but maybe I'm just being mean to it. And so it's like, I guess maybe the music's supposed to match that energy where we're supposed to be thinking about big, huge things. Like I'm 10. But I don't know. I definitely prefer they both be kept in. I don't mind there being a story and
Believed that love could
like
be
something
eternal.
thought-provoking.
But I'll admit that
Yeah,
sometimes it
yeah,
seemed impossible.
that's definitely what I think it is. Yeah. It's like gameplay-wise, it doesn't match the pace or where you're at in the story or anything, but yeah, it's definitely trying to match the story. It's just that I tune out a lot of the stories. So that wasn't my first thought. I don't know. I mean, it's like there's entire like works that try to spend like like their entire length to kind of like get you to think about one of these like topics, right? And you know, to do it in a very effective way, maybe. So it's like, can you just have something that just spitballs constant, I'm 13 and this is deep type of shit? Like, yeah, you could probably make it work, right? I mean, there's a lots of things that these robots are probably should be thinking about, and they're in a unique little situation, but I don't know. It just is kind of this waterfall of shit, and I mean, I don't give it the benefit of the doubt for sure. Maybe I should, because I don't engage with a lot of what they're saying. I did a little bit more in the base game
To continue.
at the beginning, but I tend to
Sometimes
just
I
kind
thought you
of,
were unfair, or cruel,
it just kind of rolls off
or
me
just
now. So.
incomprehensible. I'm sure you thought the same about me. And I'm sure that sometimes you were right. No wonder all the ancient love songs repeat.
I don't know, like less is more at times. Like just instead of like too much, just stronger. Like I'd rather get engaged with the characters or the setting and want to do some thinking on my own, and then they
The same
chime in and
themes.
kind of direct some of it.
Longing, happiness, regret, and forgiveness. I want you. I love you. I miss you. Forgive me.
Anyways, I mean, these puzzles have been cute, for sure. I mean, it's cool that they just did like a full laser puzzle focus thing. I really didn't expect them to even do that, so kind of big of them there. It's cool. That is kind of like a core Talos thing, right? It's the lasers, and there's plenty more, God knows, from like all the fan stuff. Room for cool, clever usage of lasers and shit. So, especially within this engine, I imagine. So, oh, there's the guitar. Man. It's not a guitar solo, I guess. They're not like crazy hard. I definitely would say my biggest problem with these new ones is that you can generally solve these by just fiddling, where you just see the like the effect, and then you just mess with the cause of it. You don't have to understand the in between or the why. You can just kind of flip a switch and then see something happen. You don't need to know the inner workings at all, which is fine for a few puzzles. But I'm curious if these last four will try to like force you to understand what the fuck's actually going on here. I mean, feeling clever and not knowing why might be enough, I guess. I find it a little hollow. This needs to be red. I mean, they are taking like new, I don't know, is it like laser puzzle mechanics they've introduced and try to kind of go off with them a bit more. So I guess they kind of are doing what I said. Blue. I need to get to the red. The reds are right there. I get rid of all the blue. Suppose I get the red then, huh? Alright. Yeah. I don't know, I mean, it's like, people are like, oh, why are you harping on it? It's about the puzzles. It's like, well, I mean, you're literally sitting here listening to the music the entire time you're doing the puzzles, and in between, you know, before you even had a chance to take a breath, the dialogue's chiming in. So, base game, there's lots of the hours just taken up by all that kind of stuff. So it's like, it can enhance it, right? You know, you could turn on your own music, and it, you know, it could make you have a bit more fun with it. And if it's all cohesive enough, maybe it will make you think or feel something they want. Doesn't need to be crazy, but they're gonna go the extra 9 yards for it. Definitely doesn't hurt to be like effective. Alright, so there's something else that opens that up? No. just a little less. I just tried this and it was too much. Oh, or it wasn't. I just didn't set it up right. I was like, why did that not work? Because it should have worked.
The worst thing I came to realize as I grew older is there are so many ways
Oh, really?
to hurt
Okay.
other people.
I was like,
Even without
should
any
have worked.
malice,
But
even when you're
I just
just
didn't hear
trying
it.
to be yourself, you end up doing things that cause real harm. You can read every ethical philosopher in the world and you still won't be able to avoid it. Because that's just how we are. Our interactions with each other can't be fully reduced to some abstract system.
Now we got the green. Maybe a bit more precise, I guess. Holy music. Things are getting big. There's a lot on the line on this puzzle, bros. Everything even is on the line. I mean, to me it comes across almost as like satirical or something. Like it's a joke. Addition puzzles have never been so powerful. This is the moment. I should start from a different side. It's when they all get on here that it'll probably be different. How loud that is always fucking surprised me. Three. Oop. There are a couple over there. That's because my lighting is different in the back here. I could put a lamp a little closer. And 6. What does this even look like? Kind of just fiddling. I get the amount of them in a row makes a difference on the strength and all that, but it's almost kind of just easier just to fiddle. Almost want to just adjust it from somewhere else. Just kind of one off. Scooch you over one more. I'm gonna have to adjust this one a bit. It's too far away now. 3, 3. Cuts in the middle. like if I set that one there, and they'll just meet up here if I set that there. For those to set up in the middle. I think it needs to be closer. Too much closer than this won't make it. I don't know when he won't. I could do it after one of these DLCs, maybe after the next one. How spicy it is. Come back later. What are we doing? That's about as far away as I can get it. I would set in the middle. So I need to be farther over, but then this will start rolling in. Can I add an extra step? No. I guess you could. See about that. Let me get it set up and see where I would need it. underestimated old Crow team, man. I was like, oh, it's just gonna be all the shit on the top here, man.
The fact that perfection in our
I
interactions
was like,
is
it'll just be all here, right?
was a hard lesson for me to learn.
I actually want you
For the longest
to
time,
think a little bit.
I always thought the answer was right around the corner.
You gotta
And to be fair, we did learn how to live
You
together
gotta pull from the
without
other puzzle.
constantly running into
add
problems.
your own extra bit of the
But
loop.
gradually, I realized that the friction
know.
would never stop. Because what makes us unique also makes us different. There can be
Yeah, I didn't
no
think they would add
endpoint
like
to
another
love,
little layer
no
there.
final resolution. And it's because of that imperfection that it can go on forever.
I mean, they set you up enough for it. But most of the puzzles so far, you just kind of like mess and fiddle with exactly what you're looking at. On like a one... like more than just the surface. Okay. Yeah, for or against it, man. It's the only one that seemed like it required like even a micro amount of extra thinking beyond the usual, because the rest of it's like I said, you can just almost accidentally stumble upon it. It's like a showcase for lasers, which is cute, but that one requires you to kind of actually like think of sort of outside the box, like not just it's almost because they set you up for it. Like, you generally fuck around so much with just exactly what you're looking at that to do something a little different, which they have had you do in other puzzles. Okay, is it? Maybe it would have came quicker then. I mean, you kind of have to understand what's going on in the first place to understand that you need one extra bit of loop. Like, you do need to kind of know what's going on, but then you also have to have a little bit of outside thinking, and that's just like more layers than I expect from the average Talos puzzle, so I'm just not even... I'm just like, oh, there's just something I don't get, the right configuration here. That is cute. But yeah. I was almost shocked. I was like, what? Because you got like 30 hours of precedent where you like generally aren't gonna stack or think outside the box for shit. I mean, there's like that one world, but it's cute. I mean, fine, just totally fine puzzle. Just to kind of test you on, I guess, this laser, this like sub laser mechanic they were pushing. Like, this whole fucking thing is about like the power push, and then I guess there's a little bit of like body stuff in here and laser blocking, but like I said, most of it's just like fiddling around. Like, you don't need to understand shit. So I'm glad there was one that you actually kind of had to actually understand it enough to be able to like kind of critical think on top of them, like outside the box. Cool. This looks like a fucking mess. Eyes are giving me trouble, pulling me down. Like, I'd imagine one needs to be coming through one of these and the other needs to be going through the other one. This one was fucking messy, man. That is another fiddler. Yeah. It's one of those that, like, it looks cute. Like, it looks like there's a lot going on, like it's impressive or something. Like, wow, lasers can be, like, look like this. They can be complicated. At the end of the day, it's like, you're not, like, you're kind of just, like, flexing monkey brain half the time. Like, you don't feel terribly smart because you're just fucking around. And, like, you're like, oh, if I put this here, like, this will move this way a little bit. And you could kind of just kind of fiddle with it. And then it's like, oh, you just make, like, very micro choices until it kind of solves itself.
The pattern that I noticed in all the ancient poetry that
Like,
I
I'm not
read,
thinking about how they cancel each
young
other
poets would
out
praise
or
love as the
how many
only
are
true meaning of
connected.
life. Middle-aged poets would often disagree.
And it just
They
looks
would
kind
argue
of
that love is
messy.
messy, ugly, self.
Like, it's cute in, like, a huge pool of puzzles. Like, at least it's, like, I guess could feel like a little different from just like a very stock puzzle, but yeah, I don't know. That's why I liked the last puzzles, because it's like there was like a critical moment where you had to actually like understand everything and then make an out of the box thing that they've kind of taught you to like actually solve it. And then this one's just like, you just fuck with shit, dude. And it's like, can you like actually like analyze it and figure it out? It's like, sure, but
their younger selves for
it's
thinking
about as
love so
effective
incredibly
probably
important,
just fucking
and look for
around.
answers elsewhere or reject answers altogether. And then, arriving at old age, they would return to the beginning and realize it was all about love after all.
Propagation cancel it. This lady spews on about love in the background here. He's actually getting your way at all. Like, if you can make that jump, maybe there's something on the other side you could fuck around with. You gotta be really going out of your way for that. I think they put that big winged rock there for that reason. There was one I skipped in the base game by stacking shit in a weird ass way. I'm getting on top of shit you weren't supposed to. Gotta wonder. I'd imagine not. These aren't really those kinds of objects. It'd have to be like a couple pixels fucked or something. Is there something? I wouldn't be surprised. If you could get to the other side, you could absolutely jump on this and then just kind of like brave jump around. But at that point, you have to really be not wanting to do the puzzle. I feel like the worst kinds are when it's like you break it and it's like you're like playing with the puzzle, but it's like it's really obviously you can break it, or you're kind of maybe like a little, you know, stuck just barely, and it's like you just kind of fucking around and then it kind of just happens. Like, it doesn't require much effort. I feel like if you have to like go out and like fuck around, it's like that's almost like entertaining in its own right. You have to really not want to be engaging with what's going on. I guess when there's like less steps involved in breaking a puzzle or shit from like actually interacting with it. Okay, what is this? The fuck am I looking at? One over there too. Oh, there's this too. Is this the shittiest puzzle? I mean, you just like make very uninformed cuts at very like lazy points.
Around us can lift us up, just like their unhappiness can drag us down. As we improved New Jerusalem, things got better between us in subtle ways that affected every interaction.
Did it? Maybe I just fucking picked the lucky ones.
Never went away. But as the world around us became more forgiving, we became more capable of forgiving each other. That's
maybe it's not the shittiest.
About New Alexandria.
It's just like, I mean, I guess they've like taught you like how many it's gonna take to cut off, so it's like you just like this is irrelevant, right? Like as long as it can feel this, like it can just cut it fine. Same with this, like it just cuts it fine. And then the rest is just free movement, so you can just use extra connections to cut wherever the fuck you want. So that green just has free access. And I felt like I didn't have to be very precise. Like I could have just put it there instead with the red. And like it didn't really, like I could just do it in all sorts of places. I guess you could only put the red here. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, I guess in a way it does test you on things, but I don't think it tests you on like, for the last puzzle, like on any kind of higher level. Oh really? You're thinking too hard about it? I've been there. Precisely crossing lasers in the ceiling. Yeah, I mean, I feel like you could totally stumble into that kind of solve for sure. Crossing the horizontal green laser. Oh, this one? Oh shit. Yeah, that's the thing, is like it's like, to me it's like it felt like it was supposed to be more surgical, more precise, where you're thinking about the number of these going across and how you counter them and stuff like that. But like 1, 2, 3. I mean, I guess 1, 2, 3. Maybe I just kind of stumbled upon the precision. I don't know if there's actually like another setup for this. This part I think you could put in a couple different areas. These are just crossing at the same time. No, they both have one, I guess, connected to them. I don't know. I think it's one that you can get way overboard on. Like, it's definitely not, like... I feel like that's a thing with, like, good puzzles is, like... I don't know. It's like, they're either freeballable, like, where you can kind of, like, think up, like, a bunch of different kind of, like, answers to it. Based on, like, a cool, like, plethora of mechanics. but like there's like almost like a sandbox to it, like early Baba puzzles or something, or it's like you know how people are gonna go and you kind of play off of like what they've learned, and then you have these like set moments where like they have to kind of bridge this gap. And when it's like really messy, having control over those moments where like you have to like have that eureka thought is like rough. And this is not like a plethora of cute mechanics to be like a fun sandbox puzzle. I don't know, maybe I'm talking out of my ass, but I don't know, I guess it's just like those different kinds of puzzle games that like why are those effective in some ways. Like sometimes it's cool to find a eureka puzzle. Sometimes it's cool to have a sandbox puzzle, right? You have to kind of like critically think about level design and all of your mechanics. I mean, that's more almost like immersive sim type of shit, but this is just like, there's not a eureka moment, and it's not really like fun to fiddle with because it's mostly just laser shit. And I don't know. Like I said, like, I mean, I have to apply a little bit of knowledge they gave me, for sure, but it feels like a couple key moments, like, I can be lazy. And there's definitely no eureka moment, you're just kind of fiddling. I don't know. I'm just blabbing, I guess. I thought this was the worst puzzle in the game. I mean, when I came off it, I was like, I pretty much said that. I mean, obviously it doesn't look elegant, but that doesn't mean it's not fun. It's just... I don't know. I mean, some of it's taste, like maybe I just prefer eureka moments or stuff that tilts into more sandboxy type of shit, but I don't know, this one... I don't feel very good about this one. I mean, it's cool that they played with the lasers more and explored some of the intricacies. And I feel like this is them trying to apply the Talos principle to like base structure, where it's like, okay, you know, we want to introduce a mechanic and then just kind of fuck with it for like 8 levels or something and then be done with it. And their mechanic was essentially like daisy chain, the daisy chain shit, the addition lasers. There's like a little bit of fooling around with your body to do it instead, but like it's mostly just this and laser blocking and shit. Well, it's kind of cute that they try to do like both there. I mean, obviously there's a lot more you can do with lasers, but trying to have like a classic, like, you know, teach you the thing and then build up off of it and then finally, you know, test you on it in the finale, but just within the laser, so it's like a sub mechanic is cute, but the execution's pretty all over the place. I feel like most of the learning is fiddling. You don't actually learn shit. There's only a couple puzzles that truly make you have to actually learn it, and it's all done in the puzzle that you have to actually throw an extra loop in. I think when they make you throw an extra loop in an older puzzle, that was good, because then it gives you the thought to do it later. But up to that point, the addition stuff, you don't even have to learn it. You just fuck with it, man. Like, it's no crazier than any Resident Evil puzzle. You need to be bullied by it to fully appreciate it. I have seen multiple people get through this DLC that actually understand the mechanic. Yeah, and I feel like that's just kind of like, you know, you get the satisfaction of finishing, you get the accessibility factor of people not getting stumped, but you get the part where I feel clever, the puzzle part where you have to like, or you know, where you flex your brain a little bit, where you have to think a little harder. It's like, not really. Only in one puzzle. And even then, it's like, you might be able to fuck with that a little bit. Like, if your first thought is to do outside the box daisy chaining on that puzzle 14 or whatever, like, that's all you need to have. That's the most, like, that's the most wild eureka moment you need for this whole thing. Otherwise, you could just fuck around. So it's like, on one hand, it's like, it's cool. Like, you know, they're wanting to flex their mechanics a bit more and get a bit more creative. Like I said, they kind of did that in the last pre-experimental level design area. I don't remember what it was called in the base game, but makes it sufficiently clear. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, especially in that moment, but it's like, I just feel like it's the ease of which you can just fiddle, right? And also expectation, right? I didn't expect them to have me have to think about the extra daisy chain, because Talos Principle 2 puzzles generally just, they don't require that extra layer of thought. So it's like, I feel like maybe people were kind of maybe like that, or it's just like you could just fiddle. You could just fuck around, and it's like, it's very quick. There's not many steps. It's easy to like fuck with it a little bit. You know, if you're like somebody who's like semi-distracted, like, I don't think you have to even think of it on like a deeper level to ever truly understand the mechanic. I mean, like, I get it, as we're sitting here talking about it and stuff, but it's like, there's definitely a lot of moments. I'd say for over half of these, I was just fiddling. And I have experience with this kind of mechanic from like old band stuff. Is the only reason it even came to me in muscle memory right away. Or I just didn't need to think about it much. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying, is like, even if it's sufficiently clear, you don't have to think about it, because it is just so easy to just, they're so easy, or just so easy to fiddle with. Like, you have to like critically think just a little bit about what you're seeing. But if they don't make you, it's like whatever, right? Like, that's kind of what I mean, is like, it's the problem with puzzles that are have too little going on, or too easy, because it's like, you could say there's like puzzles that just cut the fat and it's all about one clever moment, right? Like, they don't have a lot of moving parts, but you still have to have like an outside of the box thought process to solve it. But on the other hand, when you remove so much stuff and you don't have that eureka moment, it's just like, there's literally just like, you know, I have 3 fucking shaped blocks and I could just put all 3 in the fucking thing. I don't have to think at all. Like it's just fucking moving shapes at that point. And I feel like that's kind of the problem with this DLC, is like, that's the level you can just kind of be on for most of these puzzles. Like, you could just turn off. Like, it doesn't even ask like the most basic, like, like thought process like at all for some of these. Like, some do a little bit, which is cool. And then you got to try a little harder. I don't know how you don't understand it after puzzle 14. Like, you can definitely just fiddle around at that point, but like, there's, I feel like having to like put the daisy chain on is like, I feel like you kind of have to get it, but I guess you could still just experiment. And you're predisposed to experimenting at that point, just like fucking around, right? Which is what I was doing. I was just fucking around. I was just like, oh, whatever. I'm just gonna fool with it. I get what's going on, but I'm like, I'm just gonna play with it a little bit and not really think ahead at all. And it's like, I feel like because you're on that level with most of the puzzles, that's just kind of the level you stay on. And I guess if you just, you could just stay on that forever and then just fucking like accidentally just solve like that puzzle. I don't know. It's a lot of rambling, but does that make sense? like you kind of have to be like goaded into thinking on like an extra like little bit of level, and I feel like most of the DLC requires you to kind of just monkey brain. Yeah, it's hard to say too, because like I said, I mean, on a personal level, it's like I've done this kind of stuff in Talos 1 and shit, so Some of it just kind of comes almost more like muscle memory, like where you don't even need like the critical thought because you already are kind of just like know the basics of like laser countering and shit. But yeah, I definitely think on average though, I mean, when you just think about a lot of these puzzles, other than like, you know, like I said, like this one. Most of them, I feel like can just be fiddled with. I mean, not all of them. Maybe I'm mostly just thinking about these laser ones. They're like probably the better example. Like, think about the early laser ones. Like, you really don't have to think at all, right? And so if you never even go through the process of like figuring out why it works, you just kind of see, you know, light B light up because you hit switch C, like, you know, nothing in between matters. It's like I said, how like a monkey understands shit. And there's a lot of Talos principle puzzles you gotta try. This particular DLC has a lot of stuff that you can just get away with trial and error. It's like this one's like a good example. It's like you can kind of just do something. It's like, well, let me just try something else, you know, whatever. Let's just do it over here. And you're like, oh, just somewhere in the middle, like whatever, you know. Oh, that's about right. It's like, yeah, it's like if you count them out, it makes sense, right? How much they counter each other and how many are in a row and stuff. But you can also just have this like general sense of like distance and like there's just not that many combinations, right? Like you're not gonna go over here because that's obviously like way off, so you just kind of fiddle it. And it's like, I think you can do that enough in these, or by the time there's a puzzle that you have to actually think a little harder, you might just be like fully in that mode where you're just always thinking you could just get away with that. And you still kind of can. Like I said, I think puzzle 14 is definitely like the best one in this. In my opinion, you do have to know the mechanic. Then you have to know it enough to know that you're not going to be able to work it with how you have it. And then it calls back to another puzzle where you add an extra loop. But I mean, I don't know how you said, yeah, I don't know how there was people that just literally do not understand it at that point, but I guess that's my thought process on it. Like, there's a point where it's like between precedent and just like lack of like factors, you could just fuck around, I guess. And then just go off of like visuals. Like instead of adding them up, it's like it's just distance and like some other way of perceiving the strength of the lasers and shit. Because you can kind of get away with it with distance on those puzzles, right? Like not even the amount of connections in between, but just like how far away each of them is. But then the loops, the extra daisy chain is kind of what makes that you not be able to just get away with just that. Because they're all kind of like equal distance away from each other, so I don't know. Anywho, let's jump in here. Is this another puzzle or just another dude talks to me in a room? This is different. What am I even looking at? There's more around, but they're kind of like almost hidden. I mean, I like that this is a little different than normal, but this seems like a pain in the ass. Red and red. Did they just tell you how to do it? Is that what's going on here? There's only 2 of these bad boys. Can I just like cancel some of these? Where's the blue going? Through here. I assume if you wanted to look extra pretty, you're hoping it would just fly straight through there. Can you go underneath? So, is there like another one I can grab down here? Kinda cute, like a multi-layered kind of thing. It's cool they're fooling around with like different kind of level design a bit. I mean, I don't know if I like this one, but we'll see by the end, right? Like they have like kind of guiding visuals for you here, but I also wonder if that help at all. Any other like empty spot? suppose you could just completely just cut it off. I mean, is that the whole fucking answer? Just cut it off. Oh. Oh. Alright. I like that they were trying to do something different there. Mix up the level design, or how you like look at a level a bit, right? There's like there's a globe with like, I don't know, more verticality I had to think about and shit. I don't know if I'm in love with it. It's another one that feels a little messy, but I don't think that's how I did it. Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's other ways. But it's like, I figured since you're just pulling from the middle and blue just could run free, it's like all you had to do was just... I mean, they kind of tell you where to go already, so I guess you're just supposed to work around that. I don't know. I would definitely say the mix-up on the level design is definitely the standout. More than like any thonking you gotta do, but... I don't know, I'm just kind of like alright on it, I guess.
When I saw the explosion coming,
Well, at the end of the day, they're not really
I
like
knew it
mixing
was
it
the
up
end.
too much. It's still
My
just
end.
a different
Power
visual
plant
for
was
similar
gone.
laser shit, but I mean,
The backup center was collapsing,
I guess it lets
the
you
street
collect
was
more at
cracking
once
open.
because it's like a sphere.
and the fireball was about to engulf me. In that millisecond, I shut down every process except my mind. I turned off my audio-visual input. I rerouted all of my power, pushed my processor to the breaking point. Time slowed down. I didn't think about regret. I didn't think about death. I spent every last moment I could scrape together
Yeah, dude.
thinking about you.
I don't want to be fucking staring down the barrel of the uncanny Talos Principal 2 character.
You did it. Come to the extraction point and I'll pull you out.
This is odd. We have Sarabai's complete memory archive, but there's still some file fragments left in the system.
Well, you can look for them if you want to.
Oh,
1K.
fuck. Is there more puzzles? Or are they just talking about like going and finding lore? Let's skip the dialogue. Yeah, that's too bad. I assume they're just talking about like the computers or something. Is this really nothing? It looks like it's made to be climbed, man. Was that the actual last puzzle? We'll move on. I assume it was. Oh, there is more. What? Maybe like hidden ones like in the base game. We don't have the big checklist, so. I would assume they don't actually want you to platform, but I want to platform. Oh, it's in the main menu. Okay. Odd. Let me check. Okay, we got the golden door. The ultimate task. Wonder why that number's not here anywhere. Recover the mysterious file 0 out of 3. Turn to real world. Oh. Oh.
Death, be not proud, though some have called thee mighty and dreadful, for thou art not so. For those whom thou
I said
thinkest
1 out
thou
of 3, and then they gave me this
dost
objective. I like the DLC 1 out of
Nor
3.
yet canst thou kill me. From rest and sleep, which but thy pictures be, much pleasure. Then from thee much more
Jesus
must
Christ,
flow,
shut the
and soonest our best men with thee do go, rest of their bones and souls delivery. Thou art slave to fate, chance, kings, and desperate men, and dost with poison, war,
I can't
and
believe
sickness
they
dwell,
kept this man.
and poppy or charms
Wasn't he
to
like
make us
evil,
sleep as
kinda?
well,
He was like the most
better than
like.
thy strut. Why swell'st thou then? One short sleep
Like
past, we
morally
make eternally,
corrupt
and death
feeling out of
shall
all
be
of them. I
no
guess he
more.
wasn't, but
Death, thou shalt die.
oh, okay. I was like, I don't know, he's just kind of whatever. Well, we're not done yet. Let's just skip that. What was that whole fucking section, dude? They're just fucking spouting off shit, dude. I'm like, alright. Okay, here we are. Oh, this. There's 3 more puzzles. Christ, man. Yeah, that was... Like, I get he's like quoting something. I hope. I hope they didn't just write that spiel, but... I just like... I'm not saying what he's saying doesn't have like any kind of value or depth in its own right, but it's like, it just comes across as so goddamn pretentious, man. When there's just so little like meat, or like he just cares so little about like a lot of the characters and shit. Like when it just doesn't feel like very thought-provoking, and then it's like just this dude just spouting bullshit. It just comes across very, very goofy, man. It's gold tag. So if these are connected, it just doesn't. Is it just something like this? Man, I'm just gonna see what happens. Oh, it's like swapping it. I guess you need to set something up here. These are like, this is new, right? Spin blocks. just assume I'm supposed to be setting up some kind of cycle. But I think I am just assuming the setup wrong here. I assume I just need to walk over there, and the blue one needs to take over. Maybe we're supposed to make a more complicated machine here. Check there's not anything weird going on here. And we just turn on the blue one while cutting off the red one. Whoa, that little skippy. And no crashes with the frame generation yet, but I'm gonna count my chickens and all that. I don't think that's enough time. Can I get it to be more time? If you just set it up very precisely. That'd be kind of goofy, but I just don't think it sits long enough. You have to kind of cut it off completely. I think. How close does it get? I think it needs to be cut off the entire time it's moving. I assume it just needs to be like a circuit swap thing. I did not plan on heading out today. I'll probably get some lunch or something while I'm out. Should be quick, an hour. I don't know if I'm overthinking it, trying to do like some kind of circuit cut that this thing does and then it turns back on. Probably. How goofy this looked like we just set up a million things. With the same amount of time of it just not working, I'm pretty sure. Oh, that one's instant? No, that's just instant on one side. I hate that sound, dude. I think I can make something a little less loud. Good if it was like you had to have it get pushed, but I assume it's just this thing just gets in the way. It's more supposed to be the idea. Would be funny though if it like fucked it up. Or like it pushed it outside of the fucking area. I don't know, they just go flat. I was hoping to like push it directly out. I wonder if you could like pixel set it up if you could do it. they have secret puzzles still? They were kind of lame in the last game. Or the base game. Sounds like a fucking hog, dude. Alright, so I'm just going to assume it's like some kind of circuit this thing cuts and turns on. But I'm trying to remember how I could do that. I kind of showed it once. I'm sure I've done it in the other games. Too hard about the create your own circuit cutoff. I don't know what it look like either. Maybe I'm thinking way too hard about it. I don't think you could just do it this way, that'd be goofy, man. Is this the only one that takes time? Is this one like almost instant? I assume this one takes time too. What would be the point otherwise? I think it just makes the noise like a gate's opening whenever that happens, yeah. This would be really stupid if it just push it around. Couldn't even work. Because the blue will be connected the whole time. So they should just be crossing right now, yeah. And then I'll just go full blue. I wonder if you can just speed this one. Probably not. I have to be pushing like both. I mean, technically, you could push both of them, it would work, but I don't know if it can. Definitely does not seem like the way to solve it, but I think you could do it this way. I feel like the answer is some kind of like circuit setup. Oops, didn't mean to do that. I'm curious if we can just do it this way anyways. Quicker you could do it. This one will get cut off by this guy. This fucking connected weird. Keep accidentally connecting them when I set it down. Definitely think you could do it. It'd be funny. It'd not be the right answer. But blue one keeps turning on when I don't want it to. So you want the blue one cutting it off. I'd have to be on like the left side and everything. Slid off. I don't want it to connect. Probably try to think about the real answer. Like dedicated to this goofy run strat. I gotta go at some point too. The ticking time bomb. Oh, did it not used to? Yeah, it definitely feels like that would be the cutest thing you could try to do. But since it pushes you into the edge here, I mean, it's pretty clearly not the answer. But I definitely think you could sit here and waste time trying and fool with it. I think it makes it interesting. Like you're like, oh yeah, I wanna try to do that. If you're trying to just break the puzzles, but it really just ends up being kind of a time waster then. If we just connected everything for no reason. Somebody just wanted to pass through something and then like swap a circuit. I have enough steps for that. I might be thinking about it wrong. And the first thing you would assume is just the amount of time it takes to turn on and off. But maybe the circuit swap's a little too wild. It's just that I think they did something like that earlier. So I figure they're doing it again. Maybe you can't get an angle on this. You can't hear, but I don't know if it really matters. So it flips it. Unless it is like some angle thing and it's like some unholy like angle block here. Which would be fog. Shouldn't change anything. So all I need to just be this. Yeah, it's always got an angle on that. Shouldn't help at all. So I just needed to like cross. Set it differently. Disappointed I couldn't climb up those. Felt like a goofy little platforming bit. I guess you could just have this cut off one part of it. second. It's like I think I know what I want to do, but for some reason the shape of it not coming to me. I got brain rot today or what? And the call to work ain't helping. That's okay. If anything, that might be a good break. I might be thinking too hard about this being some kind of like circuit switch, but I tried doing like speed and just like how long like an angle lasts, and I didn't see anything there. So I feel like that's just what it is, but maybe I'm too obsessed with the idea. I don't think having angles going up there matter much. Can I just do a circuit swap with just two? It's either a little spicier or I got brain rot. Probably a bit of both. Maybe one of those we walk back in on. God, man. This game cooks my fucking PC. I'm sweating just from it. just feel like it's one of those, like, it just goes, it cuts off the circuit, and it goes and it cuts off the source again. And then that kind of just changes the whole dealio. But I don't know, I might need more than 2 for that, I'm not actually sure. I don't know why these rotate. Am I like thinking about it weird? I guess they rotate because they're connected and it turns them off and on. What's up, River? Enjoy that drinking, Bob. I'll enjoy my puzzling. I got like a little droplet of work coming up. This might open it, but it'll just be crap. I need to be able to close it. I hope you can glitch some shit here. He's done it. The true solve, of course. That's probably another easy fix. You just put it a couple pixels away. The real intended solve right here, baby.
This is peculiar. I'm not sure what this file is.
It's not part of Sarabai's memory arc.
Really? Is that actually the intent? There's no way. You gotta be joking. But I don't know anymore, man. I was like, what? It's gotta be some circuit shit. That would be really funny though. If they just went like off the deep end with the gold ones. Oh. That one hasn't been patched either. Not very hard to do either. It just clips it just out enough. Oh, we got it. Good enough for me, right? Oh, man. Jesus. You got turned off? One sec. I might have. I'll be right back. PC was turned down. I was like, man, this game usually cooks my fucking PC, but not like that. Ooh. I don't know what I'm supposed to roll. It probably doesn't really matter. Oh. I am being removed. Okay. This feels like one of those where I'm like way overthinking it. Replay still. It gave me the 5-minute warning. You can do it in 5 minutes, or I could just quit off for a couple. Gotcha. Get that one and the pixel one earlier. It just says that you get off the deal within 5 minutes. feel like I'm overthinking it. Let's refresh by going somewhere else for a bit. It's funny as it'd be to count that as done. I feel like I should probably actually try to solve a puzzle. Shit. Fans, what the? Oh, the laser crossing. And this is the most sexy symmetrical, but that doesn't mean much. I don't know what's gonna happen here. So we just let one go and find out. Looks like it's gonna like rotate or something. I assume these need to like turn off. Needs to be able to turn off after the fact. Let me check. It didn't have an update for me. Let me squid out. It should just auto update, unless I have to force the update or it's in the beta path. Yeah, force check for update. Yeah, it might not be. Always keep this updated. Installed content updated June 17th. Betas. There's pre-DLC beta update. Always keep this name updated. I don't even know how you can force check. Yeah, I don't see anything. Yeah, maybe it's just like in some kind of beta. It's not pushed yet. Maybe it'll update like later today or something. How do I check? Yeah, it's never been a problem before, so I assume it's fine. It's good that one's patched, for sure. I'd imagine the Pixel one is too. Just don't know when they're gonna push the patch. I mean, it's only been a week, so they might take a little bit. The Helldiver strategy. You don't see the first one, like the first hotfix? Or the first glitch I found doesn't work for you? Like you're on a different version? Oh, okay. It should be an easy fix. Couple pixels. I don't think it would like fuck with the puzzle at all. How long it takes to load into this shit on my rig, man. Because of my HDD, even though it's a fucking SSD, it's a fucking shitty USB one, I guess. They need to be able to go in and then have them shut off afterward. Keep it open. Not quite, actually. Am I gonna have to like run this fucking gauntlet? Skip and like another skip or some shit. I think so. Disconnect everything like a madman. The true way. Let's see what happens for fun. Some laser cut shenanigans going on, I'd imagine. How did they default this area? Or maybe I'm gonna be overthinking it again. They already kind of got something set up here. Seems cool though. I wonder if you just like kinda add some pieces on or what here. This will change anything. And they kind of show you at the start the idea, but I want to connect them. Let me look how it looked one more time. Definitely have to set it off at like slightly different angles to make it look extra stupid. Triangle bigger and smaller. cut across there. Not supposed to connect to each other. Doesn't this work? 'Cause it's only cutting one across. Here's how it'll look. Need to set up that triangle bit, but while also connected. Hell, if I just had another one in here, it would work out. Yeah, the howling's definitely adding a lot here. Doing some major thinking. sometime after 2:30 probably. I'm gonna probably head out and do like an hour little work thing, get some food maybe while I'm at it. Consider my misdeeds. Well, they're definitely trying to get a little spicier with these, which is cool. Like, kind of get the form of what they're looking for. I got to create it out of nothing because I don't really know exactly how it's gonna look. They kind of set it up, but I think like where exactly? Yeah, for sure. It feels more fitting for the gold puzzles. It almost throws you for a loop because you're like, what? How hard am I supposed to be thinking about this? Am I overthinking it? You know, has there been some setup for this? It's good to be thinking about them. He's like, I know what I want. Like, I make it look that way with the lasers. This will probably just cause them all to disappear. Extreme laser puzzles always can puzzle in because there's just so many connections you can make. What am I hearing? Somebody here, neighbor underneath us. Sure. I mean, I assume it just like flips on, you run through, flips off. So if it's too long, it'll just push you away and you just kind of make the track. Or summoning Satan. I only got 2 attached to this setup. I'll just like assume I just layer something on top of it. Just put these on the corners, it doesn't really do the madness. I think this will do anything really. Distracted. Not sure if something's up or not. Brother's doing shit, but. Where was I? No crashes. The frame generation's been working good. Knock on wood and all that shit, but we will see. Alright, sorry about that. It still does the thing, but not really how I'm wanting it. I'm pretty sure I tried this and it's just, all it is just fancy. It's just the same middle. Yeah, thanks, Redless. Doing a little Talos today, but got the call to go to work a little bit. My phone up quite a bit here, so we'll probably try to finish this DLC. You know how spicy these are, and maybe get started on the other one. There's 3. I've been on these 2 puzzles for a while here, but a little spicier for sure. I also feel like I got fucking brain rot. I guess if I'm gonna go get food, sit down and get like some coffee, or just make my way back. Might need the coffee, man. What are you up to, buddy? Got work tonight or taking off? Oh yeah. That's good. Ever after falls. Ooh, jeez. Anything in particular it does special? It's hard to tell from this. Simple art style for sure. Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. A little bit of a narrative or exploration thing mixed in there. So fucking loud. This angle, it's hard to fucking. I wish I had like a little step. Just changing where these are doesn't really make a difference because you kind of need a. Well, I mean, I guess technically. I think it really changes a whole lot, but. Because you still kind of need something to. Keep making the middle thing, but it doesn't really matter. Hey, you're supposed to do the triangle thing. Can there be an option to turn that off? I'm like hugging walls all the time. World's loudest sound effect. It like spikes the volume too. As they like intersect in the middle. It's like if you could get them just to go all the way, that'd be one thing. But... put it like somewhere else. And it cuts that one off completely. Purely just because of the angle. Work out this way. Doesn't really change anything. you could cut it off at like every source so that it just fucking like swap them all around or some shit. That should be cute, but oh, lasers. Let's go try the third one. Where that bad boy at? Visuals get all weird. FSR, the frame generation or something. No, I didn't finish it. I was just gonna take a quick break. I haven't finished any of these yet. But taking a break. Conversation. Take a minute. No, just the one cheat one. What the fuck is going on here? Quite a bit. This one just auto goes up there. What is this? So I need the blue over here. Blue. They reach the end, I guess you just win. Trying to see what's going on here. That leaves it open. I see. This will just get cut off and then you can't do it at all. No, there's supposed to be some cute way of doing this. Or this nightmare. At least that one went quicker.
All right. I think if you find one more, we can make this work.
It'll probably just turn out to be some old README file someone forgot in there.
Why do they have to talk after every puzzle, bros? Was this the intended strap? Body block? It just kind of resets it. Does it even work if you don't full connect like everything you see? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I was like, I feel like I have too many steps here. It just kind of work out regardless. Well, they opened everything now, so I mean, I have no fucking idea, but connect to the opposite receptor. Oh, really? Okay. Because I kind of had like a feeling that this was what I was doing. I was trying to see how many steps though I kind of added in just for shits. Just connecting everything and cutting off at the source is just kind of how it worked. And turning on the button. Connection from here to there. There has to be enough lines crossing and shit. Here to there. I don't think this part mattered much. It was more just about having a connection. Because this comes in and that crosses it. Okay. Okay. I was like, which parts did I not need? It works out you can just kind of like connect to everything and then body block and it works out. I get these all before I head out to a short little bit of work. I said I might get crazy and go sit down and have a bite. Or I'll just bring back something quick and do some more Talos and kind of eat on the go. Yeah, it's fucking hot. Yeah, definitely a little spicier than you'd expect, for sure. Which is cool. Be looking forward to what they're doing with the other mechanics. Because I've probably seen enough laser puzzles for one lifetime, but more of a personal thing. There's still plenty of room to do cool shit with them, so... And I mean, most people haven't seen anything cool with laser shit, but cool that it's here. Not that I don't like lasers in any capacity, but pure laser puzzles. Curious how much spice they'll throw in the other two DLCs. I'm gonna get pulled over here regardless. I didn't know you could reset it with the cheat button. That was interesting. This would be a great one to have like a different angle on. Maybe just like a step. Oh. Can you still go third person? What's the butt for that? Like a setting. Give me an angle. God, then I gotta look at these faces, man. Hauling hard fucking ass, though. Because now every time I hit a fucking wall, the camera jerks. I'm pretty used to first person. Or just. Quite a few settings in there. Should probably look through more. Maybe when I get back, I'll try to get the DLC done. It's the first one. Fuck is my other connect? No. I'm blind. Yeah, I don't see it anymore. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it had to do with going third person? Like maybe holding it and turn off Bob? I feel like that just wouldn't happen often enough for people to have that issue. That it's a reported thing, because it's pretty fringe to change that. Although maybe people want to get that camera angle on this fucking puzzle. Could be this glass. There's like a weird seam, I don't know. Yeah, that was one just disappeared. I was like, wait, what? that. It'd be really funny if you could just shit it out, you know? Get up here. Do not. Clockwork. I wonder why. Could just be some crazy sim somewhere. What is the setup here? Some dog pics. Pooch pics. So I'm pretty sure it's just setting up what I've done already. big triangle. And ways to actually get power. Trying to understand how I get this triangle to like power something. And if you could connect these directly to each other, I guess, but got its own problem. How do you cut it off? break it. Alright, I wonder how you could break it. Unless you just stop it from being green, but it needs to like cycle. That has to be this kind of machine. It's one of those puzzles where it's like, it's hard to conceptualize some of it because you're kind of only works when it's actually done. Like you don't just do like one little bit and then kind of work with it from there. Like, it doesn't work right unless all three pieces are kind of going. puzzle in here. Expanding my mind. I don't know how exactly this will look. I'm trying to get some ideas, but never thought cartoon. Yeah, I'm very curious how the other mechanics are going to be. Hopefully some cool stuff. I feel like laser stuff, when it's hard, is always one of the hardest things to wrap your mind around. It's a lot of small shit. It'd be cool to see some of those larger, spicy mechanics get worked. But I want to finish these before we dip into that. I imagine you got these pretty quick. We're used to fooling around with this kind of stuff. I feel like I've seen this kind of shit before, but it was not at the forefront of my mind. It's taken me forever. Step by step was. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I was hoping to get some ideas from the other ones. This is one of those, once you probably see it once, you've unlocked the mind explosion of the triangle rotation. And I'm sure I've accidentally done it in other puzzles before, but like, I get these swap off, but I can't really like put one like in here and have it still work. Not really. The lot puzzle. You can cut like some of these off. I can get them all. Some doesn't get cut off at all. This doesn't really do anything for me. It's like you can activate these. You keep doing the triangle, but it doesn't mean much. There's like one more step, but... Even this doesn't do anything. I imagine it's gonna look a little prettier than this. It's hard when like there's like this much screen space dedicated to lasers. I could reset them. Definitely could use like a step. And I'll go back to third person just for this one. Just get a better view. I mean, I definitely don't need that many lasers out at once, but... Cutaway. It needs to get cut off, like at the power. Maybe make one of these from like the outside. Reorder EA Sports College Football 2025. Fuck. Fuck yeah. Speaking of, let me see if Gamefly has the new Nintendo games. Or I forget. Not the best time, but could use a quick distraction. I don't even see it on here at all. Maybe they don't put stuff on here till they know what the physical's like. You can reset these by using the cheat machine, was it? Okay. Let's see. make like a circuit with these, then have this thing turn them off and on. I'm supposed to like source up on like everything. I'm just assuming you're not supposed to use the end of this thing's movement to time it. That would suck. Maybe it's not supposed to look symmetrical. At least the music's kept it pretty chill. Unless I've just tuned out all the goofy shit. Why is that? Critic reviews were like all perfect. I'm curious if it's a technical thing. I know it's supposed to be hard. Maybe people are getting filtered. performance. Perhaps the boss design. I know a lot of people are saying it's really hard. I could see some mental gymnastics to cope. And I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it's way too often Steam reviews will have fucking wonky shit like that if you don't filter out the the goofy shit. I wonder how they fucked up the performance. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see if I get a chance to get to it before the Final Fantasy 14 bullshit. I'd be fine delaying FF14, but it's an MMO, so you really kind of want to get in while the going's good. I suppose I could delay it anyways. I don't really care that much, but it's fun to be in at day one at an MMO expansion. Yeah, I mean, if they're bad in shitty ways like Millennia was, then I could see that. I don't see them just losing it all of a sudden. But if it's like gimmicky or trying too hard to kind of artificially make it harder, like goofy wind-ups and fights that are like meat shields or overly focused on like single attacks or something, gimmicks, I guess. I don't know. Artificial is such a weird word to use for that. Oh man, I might have to come back and do this. I mean, I could just leave whenever, but so I feel like I've got brain rot. I'd like to finish these, but I also would like a break on the laser puzzles. Thing is, I feel like with both of these, I already kind of like know what I want to do. It's just like I don't know how to make it here. I assume with this some kind of, maybe that's my problem, is I'm assuming I have to create some kind of circuit and it cuts it off and restarts it. Back and forth. I mean, it could be a one-time thing. Then you just run. I feel like they would do something though that like is infinite, because that's cuter. Close. I'd have to have really messed with the visuals quite a bit to make the performance worse. It seemed like it was just alright. Maybe the areas are super dense or something, and everything's like loaded. It's a nightmare. Now you got me curious. Oh. I've been on these forever. I don't know, I want to move on though. I think I'm also just kind of bored by this one. These aren't very like spicy, which that's probably just me. Not really anything fun going on with these. It's just kind of like tripping lasers in different ways. Like I said, I've never been the biggest fan. You don't want it connected like at all. I guess you could try to like do some shenanigans where they're physically blocking something. Like that's already kind of the whole point of this one. Easier to go back to an old puzzle and check how they did the circuit. Oh. Swap it that way, it just needs to be the opposite. Probably really was just this easy. Fucking severe brain death. Cause I feel like this is like what I was thinking in my mind. I could just never visualize it for some reason. Like you could tell almost immediately it's supposed to be some circuit that just turns on and off, but I'm just sitting here for like hours. Like just brain rotted, dude. Well, at least we got that one. Yeah, I might actually go sit down and go grab some food and shit. I need like a full fucking reset. Total brain death. See, on this one though, this one's much more crazy. I'm not on like a time limit, but I do want to get to work done at some point here. Preferably before the traffic too. This one cutting itself off though. A lot spicier. Is this the face of madness? Problem is, this is not not how I want it. This will work because it'll be constant. This is about right. I just need to set it differently. Easier said than done. o'clock. I don't know why. It doesn't matter. I got to like 7, 8 p.m. It's so close. But it also feels kind of far because pulling from other sources is kind of how this even works. This just won't work. It's cute on paper, but you do it like reverse. How different that would look. It just look the same. Having the source totally cut off is kind of the whole deal. It's like just leaving it like this doesn't really do much for me. Maybe this just looks cute, it's not actually anything. But I mean, I feel like it's generally closer to what we're after. Like I get the colors right. Do this and it's fucked. It's like, well, you can try to set that up. It's bound to be a fucking nightmare. I don't even have these connected, right? One sec. Sorry, I'm like fucking super quiet, but I'm focused and then checking out what people are saying in Discord. Last puzzle here. Been on this one for I've been on the gold puzzles for 3+ hours, 4. Spicy. Might be longer in the fucking base game by the time we're done with all this shit. Again, I tend to do worse with the raw laser puzzles, so we'll see how it goes. Like how we have some kind of circuit here, but it doesn't connect correctly. I mean, none of them connect at all. Having them on the inside lets me cut the source off. Problem is, I cannot connect it back. I could connect them backwards here, but I mean, that ain't gonna cut it in. If you try to do this, and that cuts it completely wrong. Although I guess you could double cut it. I don't think that worked. I don't know if you can like double layer this shit. I mean, you can, then you run into the exact same problem. It sure looks fancy though, huh? Create something way more complicated, probably. Oh, it stopped. They can just stop? Is there a point where they just finally meet up or some shit? I don't get it. How does that happen? I guess they all turn off at just the perfect time or desync where it eventually just stops. Or did I walk through something? You could never understand. like Should this even happen? Is it just enough desync? Well, I made the shuriken of faith. I could never understand. This is what happens when you fiddle for hours. It was just like a double layered cross. Instead of one, I just do two, but... Two touching at once. I don't like caring so much about the symmetry of the thing. That's what focus right now for me, but oh well. Up to something someday. It works really far away. Like it's like right there. Or maybe not, maybe this one just is deceptively close. It's like they're powered for a little bit and everything. The abomination. Just had to swap it from inside to outside. And then double up on the sides. But these never got cut first. Not how I had it before is they were getting cut. They were touching this part first instead of this part. And now it's just getting cut from the middle. Yeah, which throws me for a loop a little bit. Because I'm expecting like a little different, yeah. Funny enough, I definitely found the step one to be the easiest because it has, I feel like, the most controlled elements and the most like obviously like layout. Like clearly you're supposed to like shoot shit from the
It is the
outside.
moment.
You're supposed
After
to
the
step
last
on the
moment.
button.
I do not exist. I
You
should
can
not
tell that it'll
exist.
stay on
Everything is dark.
when you've
but
swapped
there
the
shouldn't be
gate.
darkness. There should be
I feel like
nothing.
there's like
And yet, I am.
more control. I would say the
And
easiest
in
one is
this
probably the
impossible
first circuit
moment,
one. I just was
there is a
brain
light.
rotting on that.
The light is a place. I see the light, but the light also sees me. It knows my name. I reach out for the
Okay.
light, but it's too far away. Not yet, it says. Not yet.
I mean, I think it's fine. If anything, just having a little bit tougher ones in here is fine. But yeah, it does wait for a little bit of
not
a whoop.
read-me file then.
God, they just
But what
never
is it?
shut the fuck up.
A mystery. Seems the
I remember this was a problem in the first game, this core game.
Well,
I'd talk and then they'd fucking, I'm trying to discuss the puzzle, but they would just fucking go on for like 10 hours. Yeah, I would say, I mean, what does this one bring to the table, right? This one, you've seen this before in their other puzzles in this DLC where they like cuts a circuit then adds a circuit. You just have to make the circuit yourself. I would say this is probably the easiest one. I just had brain rot. I don't know how I wanted to make the circuit look because I've almost never had to make my own. That's how like fan shit. It's like, I guess having a simple one like that's fine. This one, it's probably needlessly annoying. I mean, it makes sense when you sit here and think about it enough, but it's a lot of connections. But I mean, it's cute. I mean, it makes sense when you're just thinking about cutting the power off and far enough in, but it's cute they start you with the triangle in the middle, but it's almost like bait. I mean, it's necessary, I suppose, because you don't really see anything like this in the game ever. Right. Well, I would connect to this and then connect to that, but you're supposed to connect farther out and then add on there, which makes sense, but coupled with needing to cut the source and all that shit. But yeah, it's one of those I feel like it's easy to get mind fucked on. There's a lot of lasers and a lot of things that only are going to happen once they're completely finished. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this one's like, they're probably this, but mainly because you gotta use your body to cut shit, which I mean you do in the other puzzles, like twice or something. Fuck, I'm like super tired. Like I said, I feel like this one has the most... Like there's enough steps here where you can kind of intuit some of what's going on. Where the other ones are kind of like you either do it or you don't. This one you can kind of like start it a bit. You can kind of fool around, and it's definitely got the most to look through and parse right away, but for me it's like... I mean, yeah, I guess you have the option to do this, but... more or less. Just fuck with it, but... I mean, even when you're doing that, you know that these steps are unnecessary. It doesn't really change much. That's cool though. I gotta add them to this, but... I wonder if people spend more time on the circuit one, the second one, or this one generally. Oh, can you? I was curious if you could like hit this yourself or something. Yeah, I think with the brain rod, advanced brain rod going on, ones with a few more steps to play with definitely were ones I did a little bit better on. The first one was definitely the easiest, despite me spending a while on it. That one really shouldn't have took that long. I mean, the reasoning with this one, it's like I walk in, I know I need to open one of these, so I don't touch the other one, and then you know you need to open the other one to go back out and set this up. And it's like, I feel like it's pretty obvious that you're gonna have to do it all from in here, because if you close any of these, it closes the whole thing. It's one of those things where it's like, well, that means there probably has to be some kind of symmetry, which means you have to connect these probably in a pretty symmetrical way. And then it's like, well, how do you swap from there? And then I feel like it kind of just like answers itself in a way, because you can like eliminate so many options. Was kind of the thought process when I was doing it. I mean, at the end I had to double check, but that's the thing, is like I was just like removing things that I could do. I think if these didn't like, if these weren't like hard closed, then it'd be like, I mean, obviously it wouldn't be the same puzzle, but I think knowing that these have to be like open always means you're always locked in here. It means you only really can set them up once, which really doesn't leave many options. So that was kind of where I was at with it. All right, a lot more trouble with the second one because I'm just like, well, you do it or you don't. I mean, when I fiddled with the with it enough after this one to set up the angle to go on the inside a bit more, I guess it helped, but yeah, it took a while to get to that point for me. I guess that's the thought process on them. I don't have a good reason why this one took that long. I don't think there was much of a thought process at all. I mean, pushing definitely made it very enticing to fuck with for a while, so that kind of slowed it down, but I knew pretty quick that I just was going to be a circuit that this thing cut off. I just didn't have the look of it. I don't know. Maybe the brain just wasn't there, man. Because once I got that part, I had a little bit closer on that, then I just had to fiddle with it. Who knows? Anyways, that took me way longer than it did. Oh my god, I have to hear this guy again. No way, dude. No way. No way! We've already heard it. What did you guys think of this DLC if you did it? I spent way too long on it probably, but I had fun with it. Like I said earlier, there's a lot of room to have laser DLCs, or not laser puzzles. Because there is just so much they can do, and with enough cleverness and other items, you could do some pretty cool shit with it. But personally, I know it's Talos and it's got lasers, but I get tired of laser puzzles, man. There's so many other mechanics. It's cool to see them go in on it. I wish some of them were a bit more clever. They kind of went with the same design principle as the base game, where they take like a mechanic and they kind of explore it for a little bit, but they don't explore it super hard. And I feel like the first 16 puzzles are that way. They're like, hey, here's, you know, some light circuit stuff and mostly just like addition laser shit, and that's just gonna be the whole thing. And it's cute. I mean, it's interesting. You can think about stuff in ways you didn't with lasers normally, because they don't explore it really, even in the first game, that much. But at the end of the day, it's like, I don't know. I don't find most of them to be too crispy. A lot of them can just be finagled. You could just fuck with them. You could just flip the switch and the thing happens and you don't have to care what the inner workings are like. They just kind of happen. So that's a lot of them. There's one or two where you do have to kind of understand what's going on, but and some of them set you up for that. So it's not too bad on that front, but not a whole lot of like clever moments or like eureka moments, or since it's just lasers, it's not even really all super duper exciting in like a novelty kind of way. So I don't know, like I had fun with it, but yeah. I mean, I'm glad they went a little harder on the gold puzzles. They went hard enough on them where I don't think I was quite even ready for it. I got fucking brain locked most of the time, but it was cool. It was neat seeing them almost just show you that they even know that some of that stuff can be done. So it's cool seeing that. I don't know. I'm just like alright on it, I guess, that one. It's not really what I was looking to, hopefully, you know. I mean, the other ones probably will be this way, but it's not really what I'm like looking to explore and Talos do more. It's cool. I think the idea of like taking some mechanic and trying to do something clever with it is neat. And there's some clever stuff there, but I don't know. It's mostly just kind of exploring some of the intricacies of lasers more than it is terribly clever, and they only explore a little bit of it. Lasers are cool and all, but yeah, I'm kind of over just the hard, the straight laser puzzles at this point. A little bit more spice, or playing with level design or something. I mean, like the sphere was cute that they tried to like kind of make you think about lasers in a more 360 around you, kind of up and down, all around you kind of way. Although that one's not really that interesting. Some of these are just messy. But I don't know. I mean, I was alright with it. Definitely more difficult than the main game, but just because of the gold puzzles. I don't know. I guess I'm trying to think of it like when it's not doing a bunch of like fan content and shit. And I think it's probably a pretty good dip into a side of Talos that they don't show off, so it's cool on that front. Like I said, I think I like the direction, I suppose. Exploring things a little harder. Having a little bit of, you know, the gold's being a little harder. Having the, like, one cute little, like, level design mix up. I just don't know if it was probably quite there for me. And honestly, like I said, I'm kind of a little less interested in the, seeing the lasers redone. I guess I've just seen them redone too much and more wild shit. The story and stuff, shit, man, I already forgot what it all was, but I'm not too fucking worried about it, man. Stunning Caribbean islands have an array of fresh, medium difficulty puzzles. I think it's a cool thing to do for DLC, you know. Like, they probably wouldn't want to do that in the main game, so it's kind of cool seeing it there. But yeah, I'm definitely, more interested in these more wild ones. Hopefully I can, remember the mechanics. DLC 2 is more of the same Talos 2, but the highs are higher. Right. Yeah, there's just, like, with Talos 2 base game, it's like, the mechanics are neat. And they could interplay in a really cool way, and I've been in a lot of clever ways. They just never go anywhere with it. Like, it's fun to just get through them. I mean, it's like a fun paced campaign, but it'll be interesting to see a little bit more clever moments. I hope there's some moments where it's like you know, it's not just, they take some of those more fun, interesting mechanics and kind of do something like, ooh, oh, haha, you know, like Rika moments or something clever that use level design or something. I'm definitely not looking to get caught in a sea of lasers or anything, but now there's gravity. I mean, obviously there's always going to be lasers. I'm not saying that it's just bad to have lasers, but, you know, depends. Yeah, cool. Well, the reason I'm kind of stalling here is I kind of need to go. So I'll be back, and I don't know. I mean, if I just rush back, it'd be like an hour, maybe less. But I might go eat. Maybe sit down and eat, I don't know. Get some coffee. I'll be in the area at a place I like to go to, so I don't go out and eat solo, but I might. Feel like I need to recombobulate myself. It's definitely kind of thinking I'm not used to doing in like base Talos, but some of those I should have. Anywho. Yeah, I mean, it was fun though. Like I said, I think I like the direction. I definitely, you know, in the grand scheme of things, would like to see them get a little more ballsy with level design and stuff. But you know, for like part one of a DLC, exploring a mechanic that's kind of classic and showing off little different ways it can be used is cool. Like, I don't think they don't go super hard, and a lot of it can just be fiddled with. It's really just the golds that you have to go a little harder on, but whatever. Anyways, I'm rambling. I'm gonna go for now. Thank you guys for watching. Probably back in a bit. Just kind of depends on availability and all that. So maybe not, but